All right, let's get to work. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uh, so yesterday's stream went into the bin because I forgot to turn on Twitch VOD recording thing, and yeah, that happened. Anyway, today I have a few goals to do here. One of them, I downloaded the alpha version of Blender, which is the Blender 4.2. And yesterday I went over some of the stuff that they added for Python. And with that stuff, I already improved the add-on that I'm working on, or shall I say extension, because that's the new term that Blender is using for all the plugins. Let's call it whatever. It's called extensions now. It used to be called add-ons. All right. Um, and they have a little thing here so that we can turn our add-ons into extensions. Because if you don't, it's gonna look bad. It's gonna look like a legacy add-on. This is a legacy add-on, which makes it sound terrible. It makes it sound old. And you don't want that on your add-on, so you want to turn your add-on into extension right away. The other thing that happened in Python that interests me, a few things have happened as you can see here, but the thing that interests me a lot is these modal operators. They added a list of running modal operators accessible from window modal operators. So these would be context window modal operators. So inside of your modal operator, you can access this and figure out what modal operators are running at the same time as your modal operator is running. And but I figure out this only really happens if you have modal priority on your BL options for your modal operator. So by adding this flag modal priority, first of all, your operator becomes a priority over all other operators that do not have this flag. And second of all, you'll be able to your operator will keep running even if other operators are running. So the problem I was facing, and I'm sure you guys were facing this problem before as well, is when your modal operator is running and then another modal operator like the G key, the translate operator or something like that, runs as well, yours just stops. You get no feedback, you get nothing. So with this, yours doesn't stop. It keeps running on top of the other operators without any issue, right? And that allowed me to, on my add-on that I'm creating, to well, my goal was to have curves control geometry, and it would crash Blender when you try to do a transform translate or something like that. And now it doesn't, basically. And I can check if which operator is working, because I only want to move stuff around when the user is using operators that actually move the curves. So I figure out when they're moving the curves, and I'll activate mine to update the geometry, the mesh geometry. That's what I'm gonna be doing today in terms of my in terms of logic and stuff. And I want to start with these add-on packaging. So you got this with the new extensions platform. There is also a new method for packaging add-ons. It uses a separate Blender manifest.toml a file instead of the BL info embedded in the script. So we're going to figure out how we can do this right now. I'm going to figure out. I haven't read this. This is the first time I'm about to do this. So to do that, we have to see the extensions manual. Let me just remove the full screen here so you can figure out how I got here. That's how I got here. All right. I actually got here from screencast keys. I want to keep that on there and open this in a new window. All right, here we go. 4.2, how to create extensions. Create a directory for your extension and populate it with the add-on code or theme file. Theme file, what is that? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Add the Blender manifest TOML file with all the required metadata. Right, we have examples there. All right, compress the directory into a zip file. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the usual. Yeah, sure. Install from disk to test if everything is working well. Upload the zip file. This step requires Blender ID. Right, so 4.2, the extensions are going to be, you're going to have Blender connected to the internet, and you're going to download extensions as needed. And install the extension, right? I'll show you the process in a second, which is kind of cool. The extension will be held for review and published once the moderation teams approve it. I don't want that. This is not a free extension that I'm working on. Now I'm curious. Do all these extensions have to be like free Blender extensions that they have to approve? Because my extension is not free. Or let me try and get to the extension page. I can't remember how I did that. That's not what I'm looking for. I can't remember. I know how. This is how I found out about this. This is how I end up in the extension page. I was looking for screencast keys so that you guys could see the... Okay, here we go. Blender extensions. Oh, okay. So extensions.blender.org. Okay. Right. Okay. So extensions, beta. Blender extensions. There we go. I want to figure out, is this all of this free? I think it is. I think it is. It's basically a little bit like the extensions that the add-ons that already came with Blender. They're all free. Got an add-on or theme to share with the community? Upload. Right. Okay. Blender extensions platform, how to get started. Download a recent daily build of... Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Install the extension. Right, so this is what happens in the you go into extension page here in the extensions blender.org, and you press on get add-on, and it shows up as drag and drop into Blender, and you can actually drag from your browser into Blender and it installs automatically the extension, which is really cool. There you go, they're showing it here, and then you get this pop-up. Yeah, but I think this is just for... this is all free. This is if you're doing a free extension. Upload your extension, wait for review. Yeah, I don't want to do that right now. Thank you. So you got some here waiting for review. Oh, we also have add-ons, right? That's legacy. That's not an extension. We don't want that. No, I mean, well, I still want to turn it into extension. I just don't want it on their site, I guess, right? So we're going to create this file, extension files. An extension file is shared with zip or add-ons need at least the manifest and the init file, while more complex add-ons have a few different py files or wheels together, right? So my extension version number, okay, that's cool, and you get a manifest, okay. Theme extension only needs the manifest and the XML file. The theme XML, okay, okay. All right, this is the manifest. This is the Blender manifest file with the metadata required for an extension to be processed. This example is a good starting point. Right, so this should be inside the zip, right where the init file is, and these would be the add-on files. Right. Example of manifest file. So ID, version, name, tagline, add-on or theme, cool. All right, so optional add-ons can list which resources they will require. Files for access of any file system, network for internet access. Right, clipboard to read and write the system clipboard. Oh, all right. Camera to capture photos and videos, microphone to capture audio. Cool. Cool. So the user will probably get a few boxes to check. So if we turn these on, right? Yeah. Files. This is yeah. I think this is in order. A lot of extensions are gonna have need access to files. So that's one that is probably gonna be on in a lot of them. And then network, every extension that needs a login. Okay, so with this network, there must be a way. You have extensions that need to be validated over the internet. There must be a way to have some system like that to evaluate them, right? So over the internet. So in this case, you can actually have your extension there, even if it's a paid extension. You can have your extension there. And when they try to run the extension, they would get a pop-up, or there would be like insert your key or something, and you only get access to that key if you pay for the software for the extension. I think I'm gonna go with that option. This way, my extension is there. I think everybody would like that. Everybody who commercializes their extensions, I guess. Optional link to documentation support, source files, etc. Okay, we used to have that in the BL info. Not used to, we still have it. Optional list defined by Blender and server. Animation, sequencer. What do you mean? What do you mean, sir? What are you talking about? What is this? Different set of text is available for different types of extensions. This is the list of arguments supported. Oh, all right. So, okay. Okay. So this is basically the category where your extension is going to go. 3D view is pretty general. So basically any extension that deals with a 3D view, I guess. Mine deals with a lot of things. I can't say it deals with meshes and curves, I guess. So I can't just say curve, or I can't just say mesh. I think I'm gonna end up saying 3D view, yeah. I also deal with sculpting, so. Oh, you can actually put several in there. All right. All right, so you look at your add-on or extension and figure out, well, mine is about adding curves or messing with the mesh or doing something in sculpt mode, and you just do a little list and do that. That's cool. Okay. Minimum blend version. Yeah, mine is gonna be, yeah, exactly that, because I need features from 4.2. Maximum supported blender version, which is optional. Okay. Yeah, don't think that's gonna be that necessary. Um, license conforming to, okay. So the license, if it can be shared the code or not. Okay. I want to check that out actually, because I don't want people to use my code, right? I have over a year, I got full libraries in there that took me a long time to build, and I don't want to just have it, other people use them to build their own extensions. I'm sorry, I just don't want to. Right. For add-ons and themes is recommended blah blah blah. Some third-party add-on libraries may require a different compatible license. In those cases, a few variants of the GNU GPL are also accepted. And then we got some more. In some exceptional cases, other licenses may be required. Exceptions are still accepted under these licenses. All right. So you're gonna make me read this. Let's check this one out. Oh my god, no. I don't want to do that right now. But yeah, basically we have to. We have to look at this. All right, so this one, for example, the source code, the for a work means a referred form of the, for making modifications. Object code means any source form of a work. A standard interface means an interface that basically we have to have a look at the licenses and figure out the license that it's um actually, for add-ons and themes, the recommended license is this one, the version 2 or later. For assets, the required license is public domain. All right, so the Blender extensions platform only supports free and open source extensions compatible with Blender license. Okay. So, yeah, sounds like that. Sounds like they have to be free to be in their extensions platform. Now, my question is, can it still be an extension and not be on their platform for free? That is what I want. Uh, optional, required by some licenses. Because then I can just change my license here. Oh, copyright. Right, but whatever. It is getting boring. Optional list of supported platforms, blended third-party Python modules. Third-party Python modules. This sounds interesting. Do you mean that if I put a module here, a pip module here, it's going to be automatically installed in the user's computer and I'm going to have access to that library for my Python stuff? Is that what you mean? Because if it is, I love you already. I do, sir. I love you already. Python wheels are the standard way of distributing Python modules. They are supported in, yeah, okay, in Blender to make self-contained Python extensions. Okay, yeah. But so far it's been like, I have some code that will pip install stuff on the user's computer that I can then access in my add-on. But this code has been fetched from the internet, from forums and stuff, and I don't have 10,000 computers to test this on, right? So I've never used it. I'm trying to figure out right now if by placing that flag in there, is Blender gonna install it for me? Make sure it's there for me. Wheels must be bundled unmodified from Python package index. Wheels must include their dependencies. Wheels file names must match Python's binary. That's a lot of requirements. It's already scaring me. How to bundle wheels. Okay, at least there's information about this. That's good. My juice is running out. Python wheels can be bundled using the following steps. Downloading wheels. Okay, download the wheel to the directory. For wheels that are platform independent, this example downloads JSmin. Pip wheel JSmin. Okay. So download the wheel to the directory wheels. And what, do I create that directory? Is that what you're saying? I create that directory inside of my add-on? For wheels that contain binary compiled files, wheels for all supported platforms should be included. This one include, yeah, okay, so pip package pillow, binary files, okay. Platforms. So for those who don't know, we are using Python version 3.11 since Blender 4. 4.1? Yeah, 4.1. Blender 4 still at 3.10. So what? I gotta include all the Mac OS, Linux, and Windows. At least we got an example here that we can use and install those packages for all the three systems. The available platforms identifier are listed on Pillow's download page, right? Update the manifest, right? Aha! So in the manifest, I would have to do that. And up here, what's the other simple one? Yeah, I think this is what you have to do. And I mean, going back to this, yeah, that's it. Wheels, yeah. So in this case, we're looking at Pillow, and Pillow is set up like that. Let's go to Pillow's download page. Is this the pip page? Yes. So Pillow build distributions, right? And you got the Pillow blah 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 blah, Linux, Mac OS, right? And the usual would be just install Pillow 10 Tata, right? And that's what they're saying here. You would just pip wheel blah blah blah. Platform independent is example downloads. Right. Oh, okay. So yeah, so pip packages that are platform independent, we don't need, I believe we don't need to do all that, right? Is that what they're saying? Well, we still need a directory called wheels and place that in there. Yeah, I guess that's it. Once the extension has been installed, you can check the module is being loaded by importing it into Python console and printing its location. So in the Python console in Blender, you would do this. This opens up doors for a lot of things, really. Using safely and comfortably using Python pip packages in your add-on. Optional build settings. Right. required values. All right, so these are the required values, which so Blender version minimum, license, maintainer, name, scheme, tagline, type, and version. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, sure. And the optional ones. Okay. Okay, so I don't see. Okay, ID, maintainer, name, schema version. Yeah, all right. Optional values for build. Not sure what that build is about. Hmm. Example of what the JSON is expected to look like. Good. So it's expected to look something like this. All right. All right, this is nice. Just the thing with the license, I mean, previously we had to put the license on top, right? Let's open up, I'm gonna open up my add-on and have a look-see at that. All right, let's just, yeah, we didn't have the license here. So this is a normal add-on thing. We had to put the license up here. A license block. I can't remember how I figure out how to use this license, but this program is free software. You can register. Yeah, you were forced to use this license before. But yeah, I don't really want to share my code because I had a lot of work doing it. I think that's fair, right? So this is how a BL info is supposed to look like. And now we gotta create a manifest. Let me grab that name. And put something like that in there. But this is the JSON file? What do you mean the JSON file? Also JSON file listing all the packages of your repository. Fork the entire extension website as what? Third-party sites that wish to support extensions in Blender can do it so in two ways. Right, I need to do the TOML, yeah? The TOML, let's do the TOML, which is this one. Right? I need that. So let's create a file right here called that. All right. And now what do I want to place in there? Yeah, I want to place this, obviously. Do I don't have a copy? Come on. You bastard. You're making me do that. All right. So Blender manifest. Let's just save that for a second. Why is this plain text? Is it TOML? Don't I have TOML extension or something? Yeah, it's one of those. No color. I don't have any color coding for this? Ah, it's so ugly. All right. Whatever. Okay. So these are the requirements. All right. That's the only thing I need to worry about. Okay, this is all. Okay, so ID, let me just throw this into another window so I can look at it on the side. So Blender version minimum. Examples of manifest file, blah, 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 ID. So my example extension, let's put this over here. And all right. ID, change the value according to your extension, blah, 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 blah. Unique identifier for the extension? What the hell do you mean with that? Unique identifier for extension. It must be the name. No, because complete name of the extension and unique identifier for the extension. How do I get the ID? I just give it a random number? Is that what you're saying? It must not be that, right? It must not be that. Do you get an ID when you place your extension there? Oh, okay. Something like that. All right. Right. I think I know. Okay, I think I know what they mean. Well, I didn't have that before, did I? Let's call it MPI curve shapes, right? The next version that I'm going to be releasing, it's going to be 3 here. The name of the extension. In my case, it's going to be curve shapes. Tagline. The tagline, I guess it's like the description, I guess. Or do we have a description? Let me come back here. One line short description. Yeah, it's the description. It's the description. The maintainer. Oh, we didn't have that before. Oh, it's the author. Okay, so the maintainer is the author. Right. Maintainer. All right. Next, the type. Yeah, it's an add-on. Yes. Next. So we got. I think this is the requirements, right? I also need schema, which is not there. Need schema version. We got everything else right now, right? Type, version, we got everything. It's just schema version and license. Where is that? So we got the license here. I'm gonna leave that one for now. Blender version minimum and maximum, that's commented out, so I'll leave that. I got the tags, I gotta do that in a second. The website's down here. So I'll grab my doc URL, which that's what it is now. It comes to replace that, which I have a video for, which is not great. I need to create a documentation site. I'm actually doing that. I got the docs here, or a little website that you do through GitHub. And well, what else? And this part, right? The animation, right? Okay. So where was that? I closed that. Oh no, it's here. All right. So in my case, I want what? Well, it's gonna add curves. It's gonna add meshes. It's gonna work with meshes, and it's. Shall I just do curve? Where is curve? I think it's gonna be add curve. Actually, I had it here. It's I had it in View 3D because it works more with the View 3D, right? So in our now the change is that we're gonna be doing 3D view, and I don't know. Maybe add curve, mesh, object. Sculpt. I'm gonna go add curve. No, because not really. I'm gonna go mesh. Modeling. Modeling, that makes more sense, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. I think this is important because it's gonna when you open up in the extensions in the preferences in Blender, you open up the extensions and you have filters, and I think this is where your extension is gonna land. So if people filter by the tag 3D view, my extension is going to show up there. If they filter by modeling, my extension is also going to show up in there. I don't know how many I should put, but I'm going to leave it at that for now. Blend version 4.2 exactly. License, I'm going to leave that. Copyright. Do I have that? Did I add that? It's required by some licenses. I should have that, right? Because I want to copyright this. I'm going to leave it for now, right? The Python wheels, I'm not using any platforms. So where is the other requirement that I was looking at? Schema version, internal version of the file format, use 100. Where is that? Oh, okay, just use 100. It's the top thing. Okay, it's done then. Right, save. So in terms of the init file, do we have to do anything there? That is my question now. That is the question. Where was that? Compress interacting, upload the zip file. Right, this is all right. Add-ons need at least the manifest and an init file, while more complex add-ons are different par files altogether. Theme extension only needs the manifest and the XML theme file. So what? Do I leave the BL info in there or not? That's my question. I don't think you need to do that. All right, add-ons need at least the manifest and the init file. So this is the init. Okay, I don't think we need that. This now. I don't think we need that, and I don't think we're going to need that license block either. I think I can delete everything above here, which is kind of going to mess me up because the way I save versions on my disk as I develop is through this number here in this file. Anyway, let me save that. I got the Blender manifest saved. Actually, I am going to do that right now. I'm going to save a version. I got this set up. This is just a script that I've done where I press enter and I say why I created this new, and it goes into a file that I have named changelog. Turning it into an extension. And ls run Blender. I just want to bring my all right, let's run Blender. Let's see what happens now. Ah, I forgot. I forgot to comment this out. Damn it. Let's see what happens with the BL info in there. Okay, so here in Blender, at curve shape, it's there. Okay, I just want to check out how it shows up in the preferences. Okay, I just had a system exit here. So it's downloading permissions, blah, 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 and they give me this. Not sure why. Let me just check if my add-on is in here. Right, so what I was talking about is this filters, legacy add-ons, show legacy add-ons. Here we go. So I put mine in 3D view and in modeling. So I'm just gonna take all the other ones out, and they should show up in here. Oh, look, ND is here. This is really cool. Right. So we got Retopo Flow here, which is legacy. Where is mine? It's not here. Is it on this missing thing? So that, by the way, those ones that I just removed, they were from my other version of Blender. When I installed this version, I brought everything in. So those were like the most of them are add-ons that shipped with Blender, and now you have to reinstall those ones using the extensions thing instead. Well, my add-on is not showing up, guys. Where is it? Or maybe it is and I just missed it. It should be in here. Or maybe my BL info is pissing me off. Show only, nope. Okay, let's remove BL info from our extension. We also had that error, which I have no idea what it was. So I'm going to restart Blender. Right. See, I give this exception as a current system exit. Right. I don't like that because I don't know what it is and I don't understand it. Whoa, what is going on? Oh my god, why, what is going on? My keyboard is not answering to me. Right, I'm gonna restart. What is going on? Right, now it did. Save that. Let's try again. So I get this message, warning, missing BL info. Right. Where is it? It's not even here now. It's not even here. So what? We still have to use BL info? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, now it's missing. And I get an error here. Right, let's then look at this. This error doesn't help me in any way, shape, or form. It is in Blender extension, right? but it doesn't help me anyway. Why do I have an error? I mean, I've done everything right. I did. Everything is right, just like they told me to do. Why is it not working? Why? Is it because the Toml doesn't allow for comments or something? Or the comments are improper here? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe this Toml is only permissions, file access. Maybe this Toml is only good for when you actually ship your extension, but if it went to that file, that error comes from a file that is supposed to work with extensions. So if it went there, it's because it recognized this as an extension. I'm right. Let me leave BL info in there because it seemed to be working before. And I think that's what we have here. We still have to use BL info then. That's not what I gathered, right? From, yeah. So now it shows up. It's this one. But where in here in extensions, and I get the error again, by the way. It seems that frozen modules are being used, which may make the debugger miss breakpoints. Okay, this is from my debugger. All right. Please pass this flag off. Okay, to Python to disable frozen modules. Debugging will proceed. Sets. Okay, this is actually from Blender development. I believe it's from Blender development thing. Let me go into my settings. Where's the icon for the JSON? Where's the JSON icon? Oh, it's here. Okay. I put that back there. So, Blender add-on, Blender executables, blah, blah, blah. I put that flag. How do I put that flag in? That's what I want to. That's my debugger. Right. Who do I pass that flag to? Who do I pass that flag to? Where? I think I'm looking in the wrong place. Where do I do that? Make the debugger miss breakpoints. Please pass X frozen modules off to Python to disable frozen modules. Yeah, but I don't even know where that is. Where is it being called from? I believe it's the Blender development thing, right? The extension that I have, right? For Blender. Additional arguments used for Blender startup list of strings. Okay, might be this one, right? Add an item. Okay. All right, let's start Blender again and see if we still get this annoying error. I'll terminate the process. And that closed Blender. And he didn't like that. Oh, okay. Okay, so Blender is opening up. I just want to see if we got an error now. Oh, okay, so then I got something else. Runtime error, key map items, screencast keys, not found in key map 3D view. That's not my fault. Screencast keys is not my thing. I didn't do that. That's not my fault. What are you talking about? Okay, so the terminal process now is this. Blender Python, and we got this launch, and we got expose now terminated with exit code. What? You know what? I need a coffee right now. So I think I'm gonna do that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna have a coffee. Bloody errors. Okay, dokie. Right. Mm, that's too hot. Uh, Screencast keys. All right. You know what? Let me just restart VS Code just in case. Let's try again. Still the same error. Screencast keys. Why do I have to fix other people's messes? Are you kidding me? That's got nothing to do with me. Or is that... This is actually... Hang on. Screencast keys is the only extension that I got from the website with a drag and drop thing. I have some other extensions that I installed from Blender, in Blender. I press the install button to have the extension installed. Just trying to figure out. You know what? I'm going to take this manifest from here and see if I can, if Blender starts up. I'll just place it in there for now. And then I think I'm going to uninstall screencast keys. Hang on. Okay, if that happened again, that means this X frozen modules off thing is in the wrong place. It's probably not. I shouldn't probably not place it in there then, right? But if I don't use it, right? Let's just run it again without that flag. See what happens, right? Oh, maybe it's because I still have BL info in there. Okay, Mr. Screencast keys. I am going to uninstall you for a second. All right. Oh, look at that. I got the same bloody error again. Where is screencast keys? See, this is the ones that I pressed installed and I got it in there. This is another one. Right, I need to filter this. It should be in folders. This is... I don't like this being like that. There is installed extensions. See, mine is in legacy. I don't want legacy to be there. Screencast keys, all right. I am... Shall I just... See? Error. See? There's something wrong with this extension, I guess. Let's uninstall it. All right. Maybe that was it. Maybe there's something wrong with that extension and it's... and I'm paying for that. Let's try again. Okay. No errors so far. Everything is running smoothly. Still got these stupid unknown add-ons here. Where is mine one? My one is there. Okay, good. Let's get back to prefaces. I got a control comma, which is the same. Oh, as soon as I opened it, I got an error right here. The X frozen flag that he's talking about. Right. Let's. And I'm not even using the Blender manifest thumbnail. Right. Let's add that flag because I think we didn't have this when I add that flag. Let's add that flag again. Close that. Let's add that flag. Now let's try again. Okay, now it doesn't even start. He doesn't like that flag. All right, let's remove that flag. Fuck my life. It might be a Blender Alpha thing. It might be. It might be. It only happens when I open the preferences in extensions. It only happens there. So I'm gonna try and remove my BL info. I'll bring my manifest back. And I won't go into extensions and see if my thing still works. Let's do that instead. I mean, maybe it's the connection of the Blender development extension for VS Code that is not updated for working with Blender 4.2 yet. Maybe that's the problem. Now he's telling me, "Oh, you're missing BL info, bruh. Where's your BL info, man? I can't work without BL info. My God!" But my add-on is still there, right? He's just saying this can cause poor performance, right? Anyway, as soon as I open it, it's gonna do that error thing, I bet. Yeah, yeah, and there it is. Ooh, there it is. And with that in there, does my extension show up? There's a repository here, right? In this list. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Or is this only gonna work if your extension is on their website? All right, so my extension doesn't even show up here. No, I wanted to try it. I want it to be an extension. Why? Well, whatever. Apparently it's just pissing me off. So I'm gonna leave it till Blender 4.2 comes out. The beta version or whatever, and see what we can do with that. For the time being, I'm gonna place this manifest thumbnail inside my dev folder. Right. And I'll use my BL info for now. Because it's just not... Oh, hang on. Maybe if it is the Blender development extension that is causing this issue, I might be able to come back. For everything to work properly, if I just run Blender without the live link from VS Code, right? Let's try that. Let me just go into my file system and run the Blender 4.2 alpha. Okay. I don't know about errors here, but I can always open up the system console. pardon me, which is here. And he's saying the same thing. Your add-on is missing BL info. Yeah, yeah, I know. I know. Does it need one? Come on. What are you talking about? Go into preferences. And it's there missing because it doesn't have BL info. All right. That's cool. That's cool. I'll place BL info in there. I'll place it back in there, okay? All right. Let's open Blender again. Stay up there. All right. So no errors now. It just registered the Regify stuff apparently. And my add-on is here. And if I go into preferences, I'm looking at, there's no errors. No errors. Look for my add-on. Curve shapes. And it shows up as legacy. So yeah, what I can but it does say add-on here, type add-on. That was one of the things in the thumbnail. Well, I came to the conclusion that it's highly likely that extensions need to be in the website. They need to be in their website. But I'm not going to put mine in there. I might put a free extension in there just to check it out, see how the process is. But I'm not going to do that now. I got stuff to do on my extension. Well, now I got to call it an add-on, right? All right. So, can I do the live link and leave the Blender manifest there, or am I going to have issues? Let's check it out. Okay, no issue so far. I think the only thing that I got to do is not open preferences in Blender. And we should be fine. I got my add-on filter turned on here, so I can see that my add-on is on. If it wasn't, I wouldn't even have this panel, right? Let's get down to business then. So yesterday, using that modal stuff that we were looking at and talking about, I managed to create an auto update mesh feature. So now when I move, what is going on here? What kind of bullshit is this? Anyway, I was able to create this modal that actually works. And for some reason, I got the wrong tool here. Okay, let's just undo that. I was creating points instead of grabbing points. Right. All right. So with that feature, I now have a little button that I created that turns on my modal. And when my modal is on, I can actually move my curve and run the create mesh on the background, which then is gonna move the mesh, update the mesh actually. Right now, it seems like it's done and it's working, but it's not. It's not, because if I put a lot of geometry in here, it's gonna be very slow, because this is just running create surface every time the user moves, runs one of these operators, like press the G key or R or whatever. Well, anyway, and then I turn it off and it's no longer going there. Right. This was a beautiful adventure looking on Blender Manifesto Modal, trying to make this an extension and failing redundant like miserably. We'll do it again later on. All right, so this is the model operator that I'm talking about. This one here. So with this new system that we were looking at, down here somewhere, Python API, it's down here somewhere. Where is it? Okay, so with this stuff that I was talking about in the beginning of the stream. So what you do is you pass in this model priority to BL options, and now your modal operator, and by the way, to create a modal operator, you need to have called this, right? To add your operator class to the window manager using modal handler head. Well, anyway, and then down here, I am doing a for loop in context window modal operators to check out what operators are running. And if I print this, for example, if I print this, you'll see down here as I'm running the operator in Blender, what comes out of that for loop. This here is just, I'm looking to see if there's a string inside of the BLID name of the current operator. And I got the strings I'm looking for are in this variable up here, okay, in this list. In my case, I'm using a BLID name. Well, I might look at, you know what, I'm going to do this. I'll look at name as well. Let's look at both. Okay, so with that done, if I come here and I run my operator, right now all I have is this, which is my operator. So that's what's it giving me. That's my operator. But if I run, for example, press the G key, I have to go up. So when I press the G key, you can see this went to updating because it passed this condition. But anyway, when I press the G key, you can see here is the G key, right? Here's my model operator, and here is the G key model operator, which is the transform OT translate move, right? And with that, we can do stuff using conditional stuff. So I tried this technique before in a previous Blender version, and what happened is that it just crashed. Okay, so translate move, that's what we get there. I'm wondering if the name, the proper name, will help me, because there's a lot of them that come on. There's a lot of operators that do the same thing. I mean, here I'm using the tweak, right? And the tweak gives me exactly the same thing, the transform OT translate. I have to install screencast keys. Anyway, The curve band, for example, can also move geometry, and I'm interested in that as well. But I get a different output. Right, here we go, curve band. Curve OT curve band, which in this case I actually added that in there. I'm looking for that curve OT string inside of the BLID name. And this part is the BLID name. So this would be a way that we can do that. Look for any operator that actually moves the mesh. I could also just shit on this and make the update every time. If I just make the update without this condition, so every time the user is moving the mouse or it's zooming in, and every movement that the user will make would update the mesh. But I would like to conform this to only move operations. So I have to look at several things here. um, Now the thing is, if I go, for example, to the extrude to cursor, which by the way has extrude to cursor and extrude, yeah, okay. So is it on extrude to cursor? It's just on extrude. So I extrude and nothing happens because I don't have it in my list. So if I come here, oh, did I pass it? Let me just extrude again and see what pops out. Oh, it's not an. It doesn't show up in this list because it's not a modal operator. Funny that, right? Yeah, it doesn't show up in the list because it's not a modal operator. So I will have to figure out some other way of doing this. And I guess that for the time being, we can also use, obviously, we can also use events. I just don't want the user to be like doing this. Oh, that's actually a modal operator. This is not using the mouse wheel. It doesn't trigger any operator, but this actually triggers one. It's called View 3D OT Rotate, and that's rotate view. Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna hardcore this at the moment. Let's just do those points. I'll say, I'll just leave here these here because I might conditional, yeah, conditional update. And I'll just do I'll just leave that to true all the time. Okay. This I'm not interested in. So if you're interested, the way I did that button, because it is this is just it's a button, on-off button that is connected to this operator. I couldn't put an anyway. And here in the scene props, what I have is that's what I have. I have one property that is the updating mesh property, auto update mesh. That its update function is this one up here. So when they press that button, and that button is this updating mesh, and I can show you here in the main panel. You can see that this is the button that shows up in the layout. This button, to update mesh. Usually comes with a checkbox, but if you use toggle equals true, it turns into a button that you can turn on and off like that. So this is going to update to the updating mesh here. This guy, when it's pressed down, it starts as false, obviously. When it's pressed down, it comes here and it runs this function. So, and I'm asking if it's true, if the value at this moment is true, so the user already pressed the value. So if the value is true, I'm gonna run my operator, which is this operator. All right, this operator. Now, it's a modal operator, so it's gonna keep running forever, right? So we gotta find a way to turn it off when I turn off the button. And the way we did that, the way we did that is by using another property, and that's the stop update property that stops the mesh update. So if it's false, so they unpress the button, it's false, it comes here to stop update, it turns it true. And stop update is what we use up here in the operator. So we're getting the scene props, and we're looking at stop update. And if stop update is true, we turn stop update back to false so that it can reinitialize. I did this to redraw all areas. This is just a function that I have, but it's actually not needed in this case. And we return finish, we stop the modal operator. And that's how you can have a button turn on and off a modal operator. Now, let's get to the fun stuff, right? Let's get to the fun stuff. So what I have to do here, this is what I wrote last night before bed. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm just running the mesh from service curve, which is that operator, which just creates the whole mesh. This is what I was doing in yesterday's stream. And builds everything, which is what I have here, which is a massive, well, it's not that big, but I mean, it's quite big. That it does a lot of stuff. So it does a few calculations to calculate where the points, the spline points are, and the splines, and then uses Bmesh to create the whole thing, right? To calculate all the interpolation and create all the verts and select the boundaries and create the vertex groups and all that stuff, right? And then the shade smooth at the end and all that, right? That takes a lot of calculations, which means when my mesh is really big and I'm still moving using the modal operator to do all this stuff in like every tick or whatever, everything starts to go really slow in Blender, right? So what I have to do today is, instead of doing all that crap, I'm just gonna move the vertices, right? So each curve, each one of these curves is associated to the edges, creates the edges. And then with that code, I grab these edges and I bridge them, right? And then I use the curve functionality from Loop Tools to curve them, to create the interpolation there. Now, I spread the points here, not using Blender distribute function because I don't like it. And that's why I created my own, because my own actually distributes the points in with the same distance from each other. The Blender curves, you notice that when you create a curve, and I'm gonna create another one here. When you create, oh, that's not it. When I create a curve, the geometry that is produced Let's produce some geometry with this curve. You'll see that the geometry that is produced from this curve, and I'll just go into item here so that I can tilt and we can actually see what's going on. Okay, so when I stretch it, you can see that the geometry that is created, it's not even. Like this face is giant. You could fit like 4 of these faces inside of that face, right? And in my system, I can do this, or the default of my system, which is have evenly spaced geometry, so that we can create something that is more that is better for subdivide. So for subdivision, is better for texturing, is better for throwing it in a game, right? So that's why I created my own system, and that's one of the reasons that makes this add-on so great. Why was I explaining that? Whatever. Right. So, yeah, because each one of these splines is connected to an edge. So my objective right now is to, instead of doing that whole freaking thing, is to just move the verts that are associated with the spline in question, which is going to improve performance by a lot. Now, how the hell am I going to do that? Well, my first approach is to, I have it here, use Bmesh vert ID. So each vert in Bmesh has what they call layers. And that vert stores, like, if we open up a mesh here and select a vert, right? We can see that the vertex has the XYZ information, right? And then it has more information. It has the blend weight, it has the vertex crease, right? And it has the vertex weight, which is the stuff about the vertex groups, right? And it has more than that. It also has a custom value that you can place in there. So you can, in that custom value that you can place in there, you could, however, say input the spline that is controlling that word, right? And that's what I'm going to try and do. So that later on, when it's moving, I only have to pick up those guys and work with those guys. So I will loop through the splines, update the verts with that information, and then I use loop tools to just update the curvature between splines. Otherwise, the splines are just a straight line. This way, with curve tools, I can curve them. Now, another approach is not to use Bmesh, and it might be faster. So you can actually move verts without using Bmesh at all, without going into Bmesh. You just grab the mesh data and the mesh vertices, and you got the vert ID here. Now, for that, I would need to store somewhere the vert index, right? So I could also do that, I guess. Just grab the vert index and grab the spline, and those splines are in a list. So that if you do curve data dot splines, it will give you an ordered list. So the first spline is spline 0, the second is spline 1, and so on. So if I save that information somewhere, I can then use that information to know which words relate to each splines. And that actually sounds better than the layers in Bmesh, because the layers in Bmesh are, to me, they're a mess. They're a bit complex. And even though I got some functions, I think I got some functions around here that simplify the process of working with them. But they do produce quite a bit of code, and I don't like it. It's a little bit of a mess. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to do that approach first. It's 2 P's in approach, right? Yeah. Save vert IDs. And Spline doesn't have IDs. They don't have IDs. Spline positions. Yeah, and use that basically. Is that how you spell correlation? I guess so. All right, we'll do that. Now, before doing anything else, I think I should place this operator into his own file, because right now it's in my temp test. All right, I know it works. I'll just place it in this proper place. Right, so in my operators, I got this edit update, so I guess it's going to go into update. So in update, we're going to create this operator. What shall I call it? Just go here into edit. Auto update mesh is what I called it there. Let's call it update mesh. Is it in object mode? Well, wait. Do I have a poll for this? Do I have a poll? I didn't create a poll. All right. It could be view 3D. Doesn't need to be in object mode, so let's do view 3D. Naming convention is important. So view 3D. That's right. Do I use that surface? No, I don't. I don't use that operator here. I don't call that operator here. All right, so we don't need that. I'm not sure if we're going to use Bmesh. I'm going to leave it there for now. All right, name. Oh, yeah, sure. It's not temp test. It's update mesh. Maybe I should do that, right? It is a model operator that will auto-update it, so it kind of makes sense. All right, let's register this. So I'm going to the operators registry, which is here. All right. Is it update mesh? Yeah, it's update mesh. Let's leave it as update mesh for now. Okay, update is here. Done, registered. Now, I think I can close this. And going back to these properties, I gotta pick up the right one because I am running it from here. So it's not a temp test, it's update mesh. Where else did I put it? Main panel. Sure, I got that, but I need the update mesh as well. Oh, that's from the, okay, here I just use scene props, so I don't need to worry about that. I don't need to have the operator here in my main panel. We'll need to put it in my pie menu. So in my pie menu is going to be pretty much like the main panel. It's going to be this prop from the scene props updating mesh. So if context mode not equals edit mesh, sure. So this is just right, create surface. So I'm gonna use this one instead. Well, it's not an operator. It is a button. It's a prop. Yeah, a prop. No, you're not gonna get it like that. You're gonna get it from. I gotta import scene from props. Thank you very much. You see how Copilot is just the bomb. The bomb, man. Copilot is the bomb. It's the shit. And I want what? Updating mesh. Oh, hang on. How do I do a prop? I'm a bit lost there. So it's just scene props. Okay. And how do I get scene props? Scene props, scene get. Okay. Let's put it up here. Right. Save that. Are we set? I think we're set. All right, let's try it. Okay, so now I got that. Yes, the little button. I turn it on. Yeah, I turn it on and it's working. And then I come back to it, turn it off, and it's off. Okay. Cool. Very, very cool. So I can close my temp test. I don't need that. And those guys, to be honest, I can just get them out of my sight for now. And scene as well. And I can just focus on these two. All right. So save vert IDs and spline positions. So vert indexes. And spline list position. All right. Let me just use that. Save the info to do the correlation. All right. So where am I going to put this? And how am I going to create this? This has to happen in this function, mesh surface from curve, which is the function that creates the mesh initially. So let's check it out. Right. So here I'm looping through the splines. And then I'm creating the points with this function, with distribute. And why didn't I document this? Dumbass. And so it's in this loop that I gotta do that. I'm just thinking, where am I gonna place that information? In the mesh, right? In the mesh. Now, luckily enough, I have a prop that deals with the mesh already. If I go, let me just come here. Going to my init real quickly. We can see that mesh type already has a pointer property, and that's the curve shape here. So that's this one. So this one is attached to every mesh. So I've just gonna have a look-see. Meshes. CS mesh, that's the one. So any mesh will have this. Here we go. And there we go. It's shape, active, shade, smooth, splines, which is all these guys. Shape, smooth, splines, blah, 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 blah. All right, so I already have a collection property in place. Now, this was supposedly a CS spline, which is a custom property. Chain ID, spline points. So this is for a different system for version 4. However, I could potentially use this here. I got my spline points, right? Which each point is a CS point with a coordinate. And its handles. And each handle is another property group with this information. And I will need all of this information actually. So it's all set up for me from my previous system. I just have to save. No, I'm going too far actually, because I don't need to store all that. All I need is the spline position. No, actually, I just need to save the vert index and say which spline it belongs to, because then I can access the spline, do the calculations, and I'm sorted. I don't need all this. This is for version 4. So index and spline, or because each spline will have several verts, spline, and then a collection property that has all the vert indexes inside that correlate to that spline, right? So I don't need splines to keep things organized here. All right, so I need splines, and each spline has the verts. So the splines are going to have to be a collection property. Just like that one over there. But it's going to be a different one. So, correlation splines. How do you spell correlation, man? Just like that. So correlation splines is going to be a collection property, not of type C-spline, but something else. Nobody's going to see this, so this is going to be a hidden property. I don't want people to see this. I want to see it. I want to see it as I develop it. So what I'll do is, I'll do that. And then when I ship it, I'll just uncomment that. Okay, so I'll do a type ignore because Blender thinks this is a nonsense, but this is from the API and it's correct. We know that. Okay, so it's not going to be called CS Spline, but I'm going to go up to CS Spline and see how I did that. So that means, what it means is that these correlation splines, because it's a collection property, I can have multiple in there. So multiple splines, whatever. CS spline, right? Okay, so it's gonna be this. I'll just change the name later. And each one of them is gonna have a collection of verts, right? And I'll place them in order so that I know which vert goes where within the edge that it created. So I'll just grab one of these. Hang on. My stomach is saying that it's breakfast time, but I don't want it yet. And I'll place it down here. Does it need to be a collection? No, it just needs to be a doesn't have to be, yeah, it doesn't have to be. So correlation splines, CS correlation splines. Let's call it that. And I got that issue because this should be, oh my gosh. This needs to be up there, not here. Oh, come on. It needs to be before our property group. That's why it was giving me an error. All right. So this is going to be verts. I think I can say collection point, collection type, property, and call it integer. So I can't just say integer. I got to say int property. Okay. So it's basic a collection property here. This is basically a list. So CS correct. It's it is a subclass of CS element. Not necessarily. I don't think so. I don't think it needs to be. I did that because I'm using these properties in every single one of these classes. That's why. So this is like a master class. Is that correct? Is that the right terminology for that? No. I better shut up. Right. So we got this and splines, and it's not hidden. And if I save it and come back in here, I get the add-on failed. Of course it did. Let's figure out why. CS scene object has no attribute empty. Where is that? Where is that? Oh, this is something else. Oh, I got some black magic shit going on that I haven't turned off yet. Let me just try and save it again. Right, okay. Now we're getting there. Ooh, correlation splines collection property could not register. See previous error. BPI record shape, registration error, correlation spines. Could not see previous error. All right. I've done something wrong, but I will fix it. Right now it's a collection. All right, let's just let's do that for now, and it should work. No, it didn't. So what is the problem? Registration error of correlation splines. The collection property could not register. See previous error. What is the previous error? This is some fucking Python Of course not. Of course not. I could stay here all day and do this shit. I need to obviously register the new class, which I did not do. Right? Right, so that's from curve shape. And it's important that I do it before I do this one, curve shape, right? This needs to be registered before this because this uses that. So curve shape is there. So let's place it just before it. And we still have an error. Am I wrong here? No, that's not the case. Correlation splines. Okay, now it might be that this is not working out. Yeah, that was the problem. I just save again, remove that error. Right, so collection property. I can't do a collection property of int property. Right, let's look at collection property and refresh my knowledge here a little bit. Collection property. So type is a subtype of property group. Yeah, sure. A subclass of property group. So it can't be an int. It can't just be an int property. Either way, let's see what we got now. So we got the, it's called correlation splines, right? It's called splines. Oh, no. Save it like that. And now it shows up here. Okay. And it's got 0 items, right? So how do we test these out? Well, we got to go into scripting. Got to go into scripting. And got to come here to our console. And I'll select the mesh. And that's the mesh. So that's the mesh. And well, it's I need the data actually. I need the data. So now mesh is the actual data, which contains what we were looking at here. Curve shape. So if I say as no attribute curve shapes, I beg to differ. I'm just writing it wrong. It's actually called curve shape. All right. So now I'm accessing this curve shape thing. Even though it's called curve shapes, but that's just the name of it. So in curve shape, I will have my correlation splines, right? There we go. And now to add stuff to it. And right now, all we have in our correlation splines is spline ID. We can add like that. And now if I go to the first spline, which is 0, it tells me it has a correlation spline. Just push these here. And we can see that now it has 1 item. I can't access it, but if I just close this and open it again, now it's there. All right, it has 1 item and it's 0. Now, because I saved it here with the name spline, I can go. Why did I say spline ID? I could just say ID, but yeah, sure. I would have to say spline ID equals 5. And now if I, as soon as I over it, it just updated. All right. So that's how we work with property groups. So The spline ID is something I will need, obviously. So if I add another spline, I will need the verts as well now for that spline, which means I need to make, instead of using spline ID, I need to make spline something else, right? As I add splines, this could just be spline and be connected to another collection property. So as I add splines, I will add them in the order that they have been added in the curve object. And that's how I get the order right away, straight off the bat. And each one I add is going to have an array of verts. So the way we're going to do that is by calling this splines. Actually, here we go. Instead of verts, splines, right? It's going to be a collection property of correlation spline. And I'll create that right here. Correlation spline. So correlation spline, right? In this case, I just need ID as an int. Well, I don't need ID. I don't need ID because they're going to be placed there in order. Now I'm just thinking, if they delete the spline, it's going to mess up the order. But we can have a depth graph looking at when they delete something. We'll figure out a way. Let's just focus on this first. So the splines, this is not splines here, actually, it's verts. And it's going to be a collection property as well of type, I just need a collection property that has an int in there. I don't have one. I think I have, it's called lists. I have this, right? So a coordinate list, a vector, okay, int list. So I'm going to need this guy. It's already created. I'm going to use that. I need a CS int list, all right? And am I importing that in here? So CS int list. BPI types, importer, okay. Lists, oh, yeah, it's here. All right. So a collection property, and all the class for that, all it has is an int property. So it's basically what I'm saying is I want a list, right? In Python terminology, list of integers, which other terminology would be an array of integers, right? Just so that I don't keep track of myself, in indexes, right? Vert indexes. And they're going to be placed in order from the beginning to the end of the spline. So we're going to need to, we don't need a spline ID here. Well, no, because we're going to place the splines in order. Yeah, so we don't need ID. What we do need is to register the class, right? So that's going to mess this up. Yeah, closed it. Gives me an enable failure. Why? Because I didn't save this file. Is that it? Splines collection property could not register. No. CS correct correlation splines. Splines is a collection property of correlation spline. That's right. Vert index is a collection property of CS int list. That's correct. What are you talking about? What am I doing wrong here? Do I need to name it? Don't tell me that I actually need to. That's not it, is it? These errors are really hard to read. It's just like, what? Splines. Collection property. So, type CS correlation splines. Sure. CS correlation splines. So, this is the property you cannot register. Why? Oh, because it doesn't exist. So I'm trying to. What's happening here is that, and thank you very much for the. It doesn't help. This doesn't help that much. Well, but eventually I got there. So I'm trying to register this guy, and this guy is dependent on this guy. So I need to register this guy first. Here we go. All right. So now, why is spline ID here? Did I not save this? Well, it's there because I created it in here. So even if the property doesn't exist, if you do this, it now exists because of it. Anyway, now we have splines there. So we can go and do correlation splines. Well, if I press me, if I do me, correlation spline 0 is giving me this entry. Now this entry has... Did I overcomplicated this? I think I overcomplicated this. I did, didn't I? Yes, I did. What an idiot. Yeah, because these vertex indexes should be right in here. Yeah. So I don't need this. I overcomplicated things. Because this guy is already a collection property. Okay. And then when I come here, now it's the right mass. It's the right mass over here. But yeah, now we got vert indexes, right? Where is vert indexes? Yeah, let's just name that. Verts. Yeah, so, all right. So each one of these entries is going to be a spline. Each one of these splines is going to have the verts. So right here, I got spline 2. I can go into spline 2. Oh, thank you very much. It crashed. Of course it did. It had too much stuff in there that didn't exist already. All right. So let's do that again. Correlation splines. So the mesh is the context object data. Yeah, where am I getting context from? Don't we have that already? C BPI context. Okay, we just use that. Uh, that's the mesh. And so we add spline 1, which is going to be ME curve shape. I'm just testing this, right? Copy that. Correlation splines add. And I'll do spline 2 as well. Might as well. So inside of spline 1, and that should show up in here. We got 2 items, that's right. Right. So spline 1 and spline 2. So for spline 1, I'm going to add a vert. Let's call it vert 1, which actually is vert 0, but you know how it is. But spline 1, we're going to add to the verts. And how do we get the verts? It's called vert indexes. So we're going to say vert indexes, add another vert. Okay, so to add an index, we gotta access the int property. So the int property. So if I go into vert one dot int and assign a value, it's gonna have a value. Let's just look at them at the moment. As you can see, vert one as 0 and vert 2 as 0. So if I assign a value to vert 1, let's assign the value of 5. I come here, now vert 1 has 5. Another thing that I can do is give it a name. It needs to be a string though. And the name, they just come with everything, and the name shows up in there. Of course, I'm not going to use a name in this scenario. But yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. And I always do this to test out the property groups and see if everything is working. Right. I need quite a little bit of a break. I gotta use the toilet, go number 2. I know, TMI. But I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. And I'll leave a beautiful image playing as I go. I'll be right back and we'll carry on with this. Okay. I'm back, Reno. All right, so up here is where we're going to use that. And the first thing I got to do, because this will reconstruct the mesh, the first thing I want to do is clear anything that I have in that collection property. So to test that out, I can come here into Blender and say spline1 clear. I believe this is the right command. No, it doesn't have an attribute clear. That's why it's good to test before you do stuff. Property definitions. I know there's a way to clear it. All right. There you go. Here is them explaining how you do that, what I just did. So if it's not clear, what is it? It is a type of property group, a subclass of property group. So how do you clear a property group? Property groups has a name, right? Inherits the struct ID data. Which has all this stuff. I know somebody has clear. Can I, instead of spline? Oh, I think I can do this. I think I can do, I will want to do this, actually. Correlation splines. I think you do it like this. So the one I want is the number 2. So 1 will correlate to this one right here. I know, it's remove. I would have to remove if I just wanted to remove that one. But I think I can just use clear, and that's what I want anyway. So I think you would go and do remove. I think that's here somewhere. Yeah, there you got your git. You must have remove. You would... keys, pop. Well, pop is one way of doing it. Remove and returns the value. And you probably have... No, you would do it with pop. Yeah, you would do it with pop. And the pop takes the key, and the key is a string. So I could pop the key associated with the custom property. Why am I going into that? It's just this. It's just this. There we go. It's clear. This is what I need anyway. So with that in mind, now in this script, I gotta get curve shape, which is part of props. Am I getting any props in here? No, because this is just Mesh surface from curve. So this is functions. This is in utils. Am I already getting something here from somewhere else? I need to be worry about circular imports. So what do I need? I need props. I need props. I need props. And it's curve shape that I need. I really don't like the way this is. I really don't like it. Because it's not readable. So what I'll do is I'll import the whole props thing. Let's see if this doesn't create a circular import. And now I'll use it down here. Right here, I'll just access it. So in props, I'm gonna have curve shape. That's right. And the one I'm looking for is curve shape. What am I doing? No, no, no. No, 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 no. What am I doing? Chrono Krieger. Thank you for the follow, mate. Welcome. What am I doing? Let's go back here. What I have to do is the same that I have here, right? And that's why I did all this stuff. I have to grab the mesh, and we already have the mesh. So I have to grab the mesh. Where is the mesh? It's the mesh object. I need the mesh data. So mesh object is only accessed down there for that stuff, but I need the mesh object. Okay. Let's just say mesh, which is the mesh object data. All right. So I need to access the mesh and my need to access this, my property group. And in my property group, I need to access the correlation splines. And in the correlation splines, first thing I'm going to do is what we did here. I'm going to clear it because I am reconstructing the bloody thing. So I want to make sure it's cleared. And I'm actually doing this in the wrong place. I don't want to do this for individual splines. Now, because it doesn't know, Mesh doesn't have this property in the Blender Python fake module. So it gives me that. So I'll just do a type ignore so that I know everything is actually all right. So we'll clear it, right? And then we grab it so that we can start adding the collection properties to it. So actually, you know what? Let's keep this organized. And correlation splines will be this. Thank you. So that I can just make it like that. And now the type ignore can just be there, I guess. Now, in correlation splines, I have to add, and that's what we're doing here. I have to add my first spline. So inside of this for loop where I go through the splines, is where I'm going to start doing that. Copilot, do you want to comment, Lisa? Thank you very much. Thank you, Copilot. You're a star. So, correlation. Spline. Yeah, correlation splines add. So now I add a spline to it, and I get a reference right here. That's my correlation spline inside of this loop. I'm just thinking I am going to need it later on to add the words, or actually the words are added in here, are they? Yes, and you may think, well, the word indexes are going to change as soon as you start doing modifications to the mesh, and you would be right. Word indexes do change when you do that. And I do that a lot. Bridge loops is not going to do that. It's not going to change the order of those initial words. Subdivide edges here is not going to do that. This is not going to do that. Bridge loops is not going to do that. Subdivide edges is not going to touch them. Their indexes. I don't think it's going to happen because they're the initial words and they shouldn't really change index from all the operations that I'm doing to them in Bmesh. They only change index if they are deleted and then rebuilt. And I don't think I don't do that in this script. So we should be fine. We should be fine. Which means correlation spline, we have to add verts to you, baby. And not really verts, vert indexes. This curve distribute gives me what? These verts are what? Edges from verts takes what? BM verts. So, okay, so each one of these verts is a BM vert. Do I loop through these verts? No, but I have to. So I'm going to loop through the verts, and for each vert, I'm going to add Copilot, my man. Okay, Copilot, let's see how right you are. So for co in curve points, first of all, what are points in curve? Cubic Bezier path. Let's see what are points in a path. Returns path points. Each point is the start of a segment. Last point is the end of the last segment. No, you're wrong. That's not what I... Why do I listen to these guys sometimes? Sometimes he's so right, sometimes he's so wrong. First of all, what I want is the index for index. No. It's the vert. He tried. You have to give it to him. He tried. So for V inverts, right? So I get a V here. Correlation spline doesn't even have points. Okay, mate. Doesn't even have points. All right. So I cannot do this in a one-liner. I just realized that. I can't. I gotta go for V inverts. Now you got it right. And it's not points. It's not points. It's vert indexes add. Okay. Yeah, vert indexes. Here you are. All right. Vert indexes add. And can I do it like that? Is this guy right? And it's not co, by the way, it's int. Can I do it like that? I'd like to try that. I like to figure out if I can do it like that, because it actually returns the value, so I think I can do it like that. I'm gonna leave it like that. And it's not the vert itself, it's the vert index, okay? And this might do it. This might just do it. All right, to test this out, I gotta do something very, very simple, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm saving it, and we're gonna test it out. So I will need to see the indexes of the vert. The indices, that's right. Why are the indices blue? Are you kidding me? Didn't I change this to white? Oh, now I'm gonna have an error. Because I'm gonna go into preferences, and preferences is going to go into extensions, and extensions is gonna create this mess. Let's hope it doesn't mess up anything right now. Right, where do we change the theme? I've just done this. Here we go, themes. Where do we change the indexes? It's in viewport, 3D viewport. It's in 3D viewport, right? And is it theme space? This is panel colors. It can't be that. That's such an ugly color, that blue. There we go. Is this the one? Vertex normal? Nope. It's text. It's text, right? It's text. It's got to be text. And I don't think text is in here. Where is that ugly color? No, it's not in here. But it's 3D viewport. Just, I know it. I can't work with that. Come on. I need to spend a little bit of time here. Okay, face angle text. Is this the one? Yeah, this is the one. That's a bit better. And I could swear that I changed the size for that. This is vertex size, is not it. Is in text. Text style, yeah. So it's I guess this one. Yeah. Changes the whole thing, but yeah, that's good. I can work with that. I can work with that. Right. So now we know the indexes. So that first spline has got 0, 1, 2, and 3. This last spline has got 2, 3, 4 actually. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So when I come out of this and I create surface, so it will recreate everything, I get an error. Great. Let's check that error out. Curve object has no attribute curve shape. Who wrote this code? Who wrote this code? It was Copilot who wrote this code. You Copilot tricking me. All right, let's do that again. Okay, now going back here into scripting, I should, just because this it's easier, right? All right. So I got what? Yeah, 2 splines exactly. That's fine. Okay, don't stress out. I was stressing out already. And they're -1. Every vert is -1. Why? Because I did not do something that Bmesh needs you to do in order for you to have the right indexes for the verts. And I believe that is called verts index update. Now, verts index update. I could call it every time I'm going to add a vert in here, or I could just put all the verts inside of a big dictionary or something. Let's see if it doesn't mess up by calling it here. So this is where I need the index. This is well where I'm gonna do the index update. So let's save that. I'm actually gonna do this in here. Why not? I did save, yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's close and open again. Okay, and now we got the right verts. So the first edge, we remember we had 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And the second spline will have the verts 5, 6. Can I use shift here? No, I can't. 7, 8, and 9. All right. So we got that going. We can access the verts that belong to the different splines. Lovely. What's the time? Okay, it's 7 a.m. here. 9 a.m. I gotta go to the gym. So I got another hour that I'll be streaming. And then I'll probably come back in the afternoon and do some modeling or something. I don't know. Anyway, let's get to this first approach. That's what we're doing. So we found a way to save the vert indexes in spline list positions. And now we have to use that save the info to the correlation, right? Okay, sure. Now, move the verts and apply the curvature. Move the verts and apply the curvature. Let me have some water. Hydrate. All right, so to move the verts as the user moves as a spline, I will need to use my special class that gets the vert positions from the Blender spline. First. And then move them. So I think I'm going to go with the first approach that doesn't need Bmesh, which is this one. I'll just grab the mesh data and move the verts like this. I think I'm going to go with that approach first. Yeah. To do that, I will need a new function here. It's going to be quite similar to this one. Let me just close this one. Oof. I need to save this stuff somewhere, probably in the scene or in the window manager eventually, so that it reflects changes when I recreate the mesh. Can I just close everything here, please? Control K0. All right, thank you. So mesh, surface, and curve. I'm not sure that I'm doing these functions in the right place. It's something like, yeah, update mesh surface from curve, I think. So that I don't get lost. Rather have a huge function than a function name that is just explains right away what it is. Yeah, whatever. Okay. I'm just thinking, how am I going to use that? Well, I will need... This one needs the mesh object data. So perhaps use dependency injection, I guess. Yeah, just like I did here. Yeah, that's pretty enough. That's pretty enough. But you know what? I am not going to need the object, am I? Am I? This is a mesh operation. I don't need the object. Yeah, just give me the mesh. Oh. All right. So that way I don't need to access the data of the object. Right. So I will need this. Yes, of course. I will need that. And then I will need to do this as well, obviously. I'm not going to add anything, but all right, so these, I'll need that. Actually, that's not what I need. That is not what I need. What I need is to go through and through the correlation splines. That's what I need. And that's going to give me a spline number. 0, 1, 2, 3. I could do a zip and grab the blender spline and the spline at the same time, I guess. Yeah, I think I'll do that. They are correlated, so yeah. Or these will be a B spline, and these will be a C spline. So blender spline, correlation spline. That's how you do a zip, right? I'm doing this right. I haven't done a zip for a while now. I just noticed I'm reusing this variable. Ooh, I don't like that. I do not like that reusability there. I mean, it's fine. It's just I don't like it. Okay. 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 It's fine. It's fine. I can use that. Right. So this is foam blender spline. Distribute even. That's something that I gotta look into later on, but let's just leave it for now. I need the blender spline in here. Okay. So blender spline in there. And with that curve, I need the points. I need to do curve distribute. So let's not call it points. Yeah, sure, I could do curve distribute. Let's call this what it actually is, mate. This is a buff. Yeah, that's why I had the error there on the other end. And I think I'm going to change it now. Just show me the references, please. Let's check out these references. Oh my God. Okay, so yeah, exactly. Because he thinks that is the same thing. It's just these two. All right. Okay. That's, yeah. I did type ignore when I shouldn't because it was wrong. Do I need a type ignore here? Oh, yeah, okay. Jesus Christ, take it easy. All right, so distribute. Amount of distribution returns list generation with vectors. If per segment, each will distribute each segment. If BM, then it creates and returns a BM word sequence. So I'm not passing in Bmesh. I just want the coordinates anyway. What type of list generated with vectors? Yeah, that's not very helpful now, is it? It's not. Okay, with vectors. Okay, so this LURP gives me what? Yeah, it's not really a vector, is it? I just need to know if it's a tuple. Idiot. I'm an idiot when I wrote that. Right, my man, I'm just gonna actually print that and see what we actually have in there, right? Oh, it's a generator. It's a generator. What is Copilot doing for me here? I haven't even added. Oh no, hang on. What are you doing? Do you know what? Do you even know what I want to do? That's not what I want to do. What I want to do is blah, blah, blah. All right. So what did I do? I distributed. I got that B spline and distributed the verts again. Okay. Now I got the vert positions. Right. Okay. I got the vert positions. Now I gotta go through the verts that are in our mesh and change their position to the new position. That's what I have to do. All right. So I don't know where you got this from. I just want to see. I just want to. I can't print the words. It's a generator. It's just gonna say, "Oh, generator." So for V inverts and no, shut up. No, shut up. That's not what I want. For V inverts, just print the word to see. Well, each V should be the coordinates, right? This is a coordinate. I'm pretty sure. And the coordinate is going to be either a tuple, it's probably going to be a tuple, or a list with 3 values. Each value is XYZ. So looking back at what we need to do this, all right? So the mesh vertices, right? Now he's getting smart. Now he's getting smart. He's getting smart now. Almost there. Almost there. But you gave me the right loop. You gave me the right loop. So, mesh vertices dot co equals v. And you know what? I think I'm going to change these to co. Yeah. Now, yeah, this might work. Mesh vertices, and then we use C-spline. No, we got verts there, right? We're enumerating verts. Co is the vert. And we need the I will be 0, 1, 2, 3, which is C-spline vert indexes. I think it's correct. I think this is correct. I think you got it right this time. I think this is it. I think this is it. Right? Okay. Let's see what kind of errors we come up will pop up for us. Why so pessimistic? Well, hey, what's going on? Why can't I select my thing? Jesus. Let's just. This is the tool I want. Let's just do that. Very simple. And create a surface. Okay. So let's see what we got. see what we got. I don't know which spline is the first one, but I can see what. Oh, so both splines have 5 items. Okay, that's fine. And this one is we. What? Why am I doing this? We already know that this is correct. All I need to do is actually test the thing. Come on, wake up. We need to test the thing. Okay, yeah, okay. Now we're talking. A nice little error. Update mesh from surface from mesh for BPI prop collection key, invalid key must be a string or an integer. Yeah, must be a key on an integer. So this is not returning an integer. What is return? What is it returning? Let's check it out. Hello. Hello. What are you doing? Oh, I need to create the surface again. Yeah, okay. I forgot about that. Right, what is it returning? Nothing. What's going on? Did the words change? No, it's still the same thing. Come on, man. You gave me an error. Give me that error again. I hate when this happens. I need that error. I actually need it. Let me just see if we didn't lost all the information that we had. No, it's still there. What is going on? Boop, 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 boop. Did I save this? Yes, I did. Save that again. Of course, I need to create a surface to recreate the... no, actually, I don't think I do. No, I don't. What is going on? Let's just restart Blender. Yeah, this is the extensions error. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, now we're talking. Do I have like anyway, yeah, but I did print something before all this mess. Okay, that's a CS int list, and that's fine. I can access it there. Vert index is 0. Oh, you stupid. I didn't access the actual number, right? I didn't access. Yeah, might as well print that. Why not? All right. I actually needed to print that, to be honest. And now I don't get. I think the model just kept going, and that's why I don't see an update here. I think I'm gonna come back to the model, and yeah, because it crashed while the model crashed. Um, it effed up while the model was running. Now I think the model is just it's running in the background. Yeah. Even if I do this, I don't think I'm gonna have any luck. So let's just restart this. It's the best thing we can do right now. It's a pain in the butt, but it is what it is. If I was a good freaking professional, I would have done this previously to doing this. Anyway, let's just create the surface here and turn on, get the right tool, by the way. Turn on auto. All right. Now I'm getting a bunch of prints here. It's already giving me what each vert position should be. Let's see if it actually works. And it does work. Yeah. That crazy shit that's happening there, it's probably because of the modifiers that I have on it. Yeah. All right. Well, if I had the verts printed out here so that I would like choose a vert and see if it was correct coordinate. But I don't think it's necessary. Now, one thing that I still need to do is then apply the curvature, because I'm not applying the curvature, which means if I now create surface, it should not change shape in any way, but it does because I didn't apply the curvature. So that's the next thing that I got to do on that function. Now, I am obviously very, very curious to see how this performs. In terms of a lot of geometry. Uh, well, I can't really do a good performance test while I'm printing all this crap. This is gonna slow down stuff. So let's just stop that stupid printing here. Maybe stop this stupid printing as well. And let's now test and look at what kind of performance we're gonna get here. All right, let's go to the debug console. All right. So yeah, the curvature is missing. I know. All right. So whenever I duplicate stuff, I will need to, in that model, actually recreate the bloody thing, right? Okay, so this is the first curve, and this is the second curve. All right. Exactly. I mean, yeah. So this is the shape that it should get. Let me just randomly do a bunch of different shapes here, just to see if this doesn't start lagging the interface. I am going wild here. Okay, here we go. We got a bunch of geometry right there, and now I just want to move things around and see if it's not gonna if it's gonna have a not such a bad. Okay, I know I can see right away that is. Yeah, that's not a very good performance. I can see the lag going on. I can see the lag going on. Of course, I'm doing a lot of stuff, but after I do the curvature as well, and it starts updating properly, yeah. It's not very smooth, is it? It should look something like should look something like this. Instead, it looks something like that, lagging. I'm not happy with that. I am not happy. Hmm. Although I don't see any other way to simplify this a little any better. And I could like, yeah, sure, go and use Bmesh, but I'm directly moving the verts in this function. With Bmesh, I would have to open Bmesh, change stuff in Bmesh, come out of Bmesh, and I think it's probably going to be slower. I can try it. I can try it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try it. Let's do it with Bmesh and see if there's a difference in performance. Now, one thing that I'm thinking about is, in this case, even though, yeah, sure, we have to move the verts, right? But in this case, if you, no, no. What I was going to say is that if you move like these verts, you only actually need to recalculate this curvature here, right? But that's not, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't need to recalculate, but how do I know that is like, uh, I'm just trying to figure out a way of improving performance here. I do have a deadline, and I know the performance is great when you have just like 3 or 4 splines, and this add-on is actually for that. It's not to have all these splines in there, but I really want performance to be a thing, right? All right, let's try to do this with Bmesh. All right, so Bmesh. How do we do this with Bmesh? You know what? I'm gonna leave this up there. Because Bmesh is gonna be a little bit different. So my Bmesh is gonna be not Bmesh new. It's gonna be not from edit mesh actually. It's from a mesh. It's not from edit mesh. So when that's the case, I don't see this being any faster with Bmesh. But that's my brain saying, I don't want to think about how you do Bmesh from a mesh that is not an edit mesh. I know, brain. I know. You're fucking lazy. I know you are. You have to do Bmesh. It's not from edit mesh. No, it's not from edit mesh. Let me just for a second. Okay. Yeah, it's like this. Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. Yeah. This is it. Bmesh from mesh. Yeah. Okay. And then Bmesh to mesh. All right. No, just yeah, sure. It is Bmesh new. Uh, that's right. Then do the operations, and later on Bmesh to mesh down here. All right. That's light and Bmesh free. That's right. Thank you. All right. Now, this from bundle spine actually, the distribute, it will give me returns. Okay, that creates and returns a BM. Okay, I don't want to create. I don't want to create. So I coin and enumerate verts. Now I gotta access the vert in Bmesh actually. So yeah, BM verts. I can't just do this. I need to do something first. I believe it's ensure lookup table or something like that. Yeah, so that I can access the verts like this. And this should do it. This should do it. All right, let's get back to our example. All right. Yeah, still laggy. Does it? Is it a bit better though? Is it me or it feels like it's a bit better? Maybe select a few more points. I know this is not the ideal way of doing a test like this. I know. My computer is gonna fry. Yeah, it is laggy, but I don't think it's as laggy. You're telling me that with Bmesh it's not it's faster? It's faster than just changing the words? Because I think it is. It's still crap. Still crap. I know. I need to get some optimization going on. Nah. It was an illusion. I think this is faster than Bmesh because we're not creating a Bmesh and updating the mesh. We're just moving the words directly. All right. This is faster. Yeah. All right. Now, save. And here. All right. Okay. Where is it? Where is it? What's the next phase? Next phase. So the next phase might. Where is it? Come on. Where is it? Loop tools. That's right. That's right. That's the right one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will need all these guys as well in loop tools. Oh my god, are you using the mesh object? Are you kidding me? No. I don't want that. Do you really need the mesh object? Do you? Are you sure you need the mesh object? Uh, oh, come on. Yes, because yeah. Yeah, the answer is yes. Damn it. Damn it. Easy fix, though. I'm going... it's an easy fix. Come on. It's an easy fix. It is an easy fix. Stop being so lazy, you lazy bum. La 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 la. Yeah. I don't know what a mesh is. You don't? You don't know what a mesh is? You don't know what mesh data is? Shall I tell you what it is? Shall I? That's what it is. I don't think so. Oh, you don't think so, huh? Why don't you just shut up then? Oh, that's the fix. And where do I call this from? Gotta fix that too. I call it from here. Now that that's fixed, well, we can carry on. We can carry on. So I have to apply this. I am applying it to the Bmesh. Mother. You sure? You're sure that you need the Bmesh? Yeah. I don't want to. Okay. Okay. I'll give you the Bmesh. Bastard. You're a bastard. Do not change my index positions. Do you hear me? If you do that, I'm gonna kill you. So I'm gonna have to use Bmesh. Bmesh. I'm gonna have to use Bmesh after all. I didn't wait that. Anyway, so this is only gonna work if we have the word selected, right? Okay, sure. Which means we can just do that, right? And we have to select the goddamn words. So first we deselect everything because we only want deselected. Bro, is Copilot hearing what I'm saying or something? Bruh, come on. Are you kidding? I bet Copilot is listening to every word I say. Damn it, man. I'm being spied on. What the hell? Now I gotta, let's test that out. Now I gotta select each one of these words that are inside of these for loop, right? Uh, well, I'm accessing the word. I might as well not do this like that. Am I using, what variable names am I using here? Vert.co. Vert select. Copilot, you rascal. Okay. Yeah. Util loop tools. Is it gonna work here? I think it did. It did there, right? And I haven't closed the Bmesh yet, so it should work. Yeah, it should work. Shall we try this? Yes, we shall. Old boy. Yes, we shall. Is it gonna crash my computer? No, but it's so slow that I would just kill the developer of this plugin. That's what I would do. Because it's too slow. It's pathetic. But it works. Yes, it works, but it's too goddamn slow. You're an idiot. Oh. I can vent myself in very weird ways. Oh, look at that. Let me just. See, when I move this, what is getting affected? Well, and in terms of curvature, I think I'll have to use the loop tools curve on the whole mesh. But in terms of calculating, yes, of course, of course. In terms of the calculations, because these right here, this takes a lot of processing power. Calculating a Bezier, distributing points over a Bezier curve, and calculating all that crap, that takes a lot of processing power. And this is slow on my computer. Imagine on computers or lower end computers, because my processor cost me 500 pounds, right? And this is on the CPU. When we're moving verts, it's on the CPU. It's not on the GPU. So I'm thinking the only curves that I need to calculate and move their verts are the ones that are actually selected. That's correct, right? Yeah. But I still need to select the vert. So let's do that. How do I know that a spline is selected though? How do I know a spline is selected? We have active spline, and that's fine. But each spline has a bunch of properties. And one of the properties, if I'm not wrong, is selected. I actually built a little helper utility for curves, right? It's in utils. Is it this one that says curve? Yeah, I'm right there. All right. Oh, okay. Math curves is interpolation, and this is just for stuff for curves. All right. So I'm betting there's a function that I created here somewhere that is gonna give me if the curve is selected or if one of the points in the curve is selected. Spline. Let me rephrase that. The spline. All right, so we have active spline. Oh, that's just active. Okay. All right, here we go. Selected splines. So return splines that have a point or handle selected. That's, yeah. Okay. Is spline selected? Oh, yes, I got that. It's right here. Returns true if a point or a handle in the provided spline is selected. So, with that in mind, first we check if the spline is selected. Right. Now, if it's selected, we have to do this and get the vert. Oh, yeah, okay. If it's selected, we don't need to do this, right? So if it's selected, we need to do this because it's moving. No, I mean, if it's fully selected, we don't need to calculate, right? If it's all selected, the user is moving it, and we only need to move the verts. We don't need to recalculate, right? If all points in the spline are selected, we don't need to recalculate. We just need to move the points. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. Okay. That's one thing. All right. Anyway, let's just back up. If the spline is selected, we need to do that, right? Points in the spline selected or whatever. We need to do that. In terms of the verts, because I'm going to enumerate verts, and verts comes from that, from path distribute. Now, I can get the verts from C spline, right? Because I mean correlation spline, because I'm inside the correlation spline. I could just go and go through the C spline vert indexes, and it's going to give me the verts in order. Right. I was thinking about improving this, even if that's the case. All right. I am getting a bit lost. It's been a few hours. I think I need a break. I am gonna take a cigarette break, and I'll get back to this because my brain is tangled. Let me just do a roll up. Because this is not the same as a cigarette. Sure, it has nicotine and whatever, but I still need. Well, actually, for months I was just using that. For months I just used the vaping, and that's just I used the Nick Salts 10 milligrams, and it's done. It does it for me, but sometimes now I kind of felt like it tastes good to have a cigarette every now and then. So the stream is gonna go for another hour. 9 a.m. I gotta go. I gotta go get ready for the gym. In terms of my streaming schedule, I will probably not be streaming at night. Eventually, I will most likely be streaming mornings, code, and possibly modeling in the afternoon. I'm only doing this night because my sleeping patterns are all messed up, and I'm waking up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Right. Anyway, I'll be right back. Just gonna have a cigarette. Okay. So if a spline is selected, we're gonna update the points, right? Else, we're just gonna select the vert. So if it's not selected, we don't need to update the point. We just need to select it, the vert, I mean. Um, if it is selected, we need to do that, obviously. Oh yeah, we're getting those verts. So if it's not selected, we need to get the verts in a different way. And we down here, we access the verts? No, we don't. We access the co of the vert. Sure, right. Well, we won't need the co of the vert, but this loop is gonna grab that either way, right? All right, so no. If selected, it's gonna go like that. Else. That might be it. C spline vert indexes, yeah, sure. BMR select set. No, it's actually true, mate. Is that correct? Yeah, that is correct. So now with this in place, we are only calculating the path distribution for the one that is selected. Next phase. You got to do that. So let's do phase 1 first. All right. It's still very slow. Is it because of this? Yes, it is. It is because of that. What if I do it after? Oh, after I don't have a Bmesh. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, what's going through my mind is I could possibly do the loop tools operation. Uh, after with the timer and like maybe or with the timer or by some thing that the user does. Trigger that only in certain circumstances, or either that or maybe just apply it to part of the mesh. I mean, if we look at it, uh, I have to have it on. Hang on. What really gets recalculated is just there to here, right? Not really. This is moving as well. This is moving as well. Is also getting recalculated. Hmm. Damn it. Oh my god. One other option would be to just jump into those all those functions that loop tools uses and try to optimize it. Uh, because without curvature, it's just you saw what happened without curvature. It's just crap, right? Just real crap. Hmm. It's the 5th today. My deadline is the 10th. I can't really jump into into optimization, I guess, in here. Uh, what I have to do here is not going to influence what I'm looking at right now. I will have to do it anyway, but Hmm. Can I just convert everything into C language and bada beep bada boom, it's done? There's actually a way of doing that with Cython. I might have to look into that. I won't have time for my deadline if I do that. But I guess for this version, I'll just carry on what I'm doing here. It's just a shame because with that optimization that I just added, it works so well without the loop tools execute curve. I'm just gonna try one thing, and that is run the loop tools execute curve on the previous spline and on this spline and the previous spline maybe. It's not gonna be great, but at least it's gonna give you a very close representation of what's it gonna look like after. I guess after stopping the translate operator of moving the points, I could then update the whole loop tools curvature. Yeah. So I would have to grab the previous, at least the previous and the next spline, if there is one. In that case, that were doing, I'm grabbing the last spline, but I would have to grab the previous and select those as well. Here I'm going through all the splines, so maybe I could just use enumerate instead. So that I can grab the previous one. Yeah, sure, we can enumerate. I think enumerating the correlation splines is better than enumerating that. Okay, so I already have C spline. To get B spline, yeah, that's right. So with the I can get previous B spline. And next B spline. And then if the spline is selected, I gotta select previous and the next. uh, so if selected, I gotta do this. And if previous selected, oh my god, my brain is not there for this stuff. Yeah, right. Mm. It's actually quite simple. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, thank you so much, man. Oh, co-pilot, man. Jesus, thank you so much, man. Uh, I'm one of those guys that is once I get like an AI that I can talk to, because right now, when I talk to Copilot voice, it doesn't understand me very well because I have a little bit of an accent and I got some missing teeth on bottom of my mouth, and I speak a little bit funny, so it doesn't really understand me. But once it starts, I get an AI companion. I'm one of those people that are gonna like treat them like they're humans, like they're self-aware. Okay, it did it. It did it for me. That's what I wanted. Uh, all right, and yeah, if it's selected, we'll select the next and the previous one. All right, not all of them. There's one problem with this. I plus one. He knows. He knows what I want to do, man. It's unbelievable. You're going to the last one. No, 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 no. That's not right. Um, yeah, yeah. In that case, if it's the last spline, I'll just break. Yeah, it's done. If it's the last spline, it's just done. Oh, okay. Uh, I'm still thinking. Is everything gonna be selected in this way? Or all right, let's test it out. Let's test this out. Yeah, everything is selected right now. Why? Why is everything selected? Hang on a second. That makes more sense. Um, but still, why is everything selected? If it's selected, you do this, else you select anyway. Right, that's why it's selected. That is wrong. That's not the one I want. That's not the one I want. How the hell did you select that one? You're supposed to select the previous one. +1 or -1, right? I'm out of coffee. Why are you selecting the wrong one? Why am I being sealed? Why did I do this? If it's already done in there. Huh? Huh. What? Oh, I forgot to turn it off. Still doing the same thing. Still didn't help. Why is that? For indexing, graph C spline, for indexes, indexing, select set true, blah, blah, blah. I don't see what the problem is. Why are you getting the wrong spline? Please don't tell me that these splines are not in order. Please don't tell me that. Maybe I just need to create the surface again. Maybe that's what's happening. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, okay. I think we have the same issue that we had before. I gotta restart Blender because all my thing is messed up. Yeah. What is that? That is not correct. You're selecting the wrong thing. Yeah, well, hang on a second. That means that this is not really happening. It's not deselecting the stuff. Right? And now nothing has got selected. I think I gotta restart Blender. I think I have to restart Blender. I messed up the properties. No, that's not the case. That is not the case. There's something else that is going on here. What? What happened? What have I done? Did I fucked up here? Is that what I done? I effed up over there. Hmm. Is this not how enumerate works? I get access to the C spline like that. I could always enumerate the zip, right? But I don't think that's the problem. Could always do that, I guess. Right, so now I got it inside of a freaking tuple. And it won't work, right? How come is this wrong? How come this is wrong? Does it look wrong? It doesn't look wrong. Seems fine to me. It's not fine. You got the boundary selected. That's strange. It's like this is not even happening. No, it's not even selecting anything. uh, if this is turning out as none, that would explain it. I don't need that. Why would it return as none? Unless this function is messed up. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, it didn't found one. So I don't have found selected. I just do it like that and see if something prints out. Whoa, nothing is printing out. I'm not even getting in that loop. This loop is not even running. Oh my god. Can I not enumerate correlation splines? Is that what's happening? That is weird. That is very weird. No, that's not the case. Oh my god, do I have to restart Blender? Oh my gosh. What is going on? I just restart Blender then. This is weird. Extremely weird that this doesn't even deselect stuff. Okay. Just restart. No, I think I messed up the model because I had this error here. I first need to run the other operator, and I haven't done that. The operator that run there previously didn't have these saving the curves. Let me just do that first then. Open up Blender, run the operator so that the information is in there. Grab this, get the right tool, by the way. Uh, Auto update mesh. Okay. So pref C spline is giving me an error. Right. Where is that? 557? This is giving me an error? Index 3 out of range is size 2. Right. Oh my god, this kind of error. Well, I'm only accessing this if there's a prev B spline. Okay. So why? That is very strange. Unless we have more. Okay, let me have it. Let me check our properties are. I should have 2 items exactly with 5 words in there, and I do. So what are you complaining about? Ref C spline correlation I minus 1. Yeah, because it exists. What are you complaining about, Mike? How is it out of range? Index 3 is out of range. How? How? Hmm. Let's see what happens there. Create this. Just come here and all right. And now the model operator is messed up again. So 0, none, 1, you got a spline. You have a spline, and even though you have a spline, you come down to here, I minus 1. So you have a prev B spline, but you don't have a prev C spline. Our index is 1, which means I'm trying to access correlation spline 0. And he's saying that it doesn't exist. Well, I'm saying it does. There you go. Got 0 and got 1. He's accessing some other shit that I'm not. I'm thinking it's accessing some other shit. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, sir. We have a previous B spline, and you're telling me that we don't have a correlated spline to that B spline. Index 3 out of range, the size is 2. The size of what? Where are you getting that from? Correlation spline is the correlation spline. And we have 2 in there. And you're telling me that we don't have the zero, number 0. Jesus. That is very strange. Let me try something. Maybe this guy is gonna. It's got. Yeah, right. I don't know how this is gonna help me, but yeah, whatever. I'm gonna try it anyway. Right? Right, the Mondo. I think I have to restart Blender. But I'll try it anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart Blender. Huh, it fixed it. I fixed it. All right. Why did it fix it? I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It fixed it. I don't want to think about it. All right, let's just stop that. And let's. Hello. Okay. Duplicate this. And duplicate. And duplicate. And duplicate. And rotate. All right. Create the surface. Now auto update mesh. And grab that. All right. Stop the auto update mesh. And all of that is selected. Well, that is wrong. That is absolutely bonkers. It's absolute shit. I do not want that. I do not want that. I just wanna fix this. So how is that even possible that you are selecting that shit? Why? Did I not deselect everything right here for V in BM words? V select set false. I would have slapped this. Come on. Come on, right? I deselected everything, so at least be deselected. Don't just select the previous stuff, because it is selecting the previous stuff. Or am I select setting something else around here? Select setting through there, yeah, which is, yeah, it makes sense. And select setting through there and there, yeah, which is the previous, it's not even selecting the right thing. And that is pissing me off, sir. It feels to me that this is not working. Right? Well, instead of just looking at it like a jackass, I should test it. So the only thing we're going to do is just deselect everything. Let's see if that works. Come back here. Select that. Auto update curve. Grab that. Stop the auto update. And for some reason it gets locked like that. My mouse is like locked. I have to click somewhere to unlock it. And I don't like that behavior. Oh no, I don't. And it's still selected. All right. So this tells me that USA are not working at all. Why? Why is that? Is it because of this fella here? Is this even running? Is it? I guess we're about to find out. I need to see the prints here. Okay. Extremely strange. Extremely strange. For V in BM words, V selects it false. Very, very strange. here, which is what happened before. I selected the edges. Not the verts. Don't tell me that's why. Please don't tell me that's why. Please do not tell me that is why, because it's absolute bunkers. When I select the edge, I select both verts, right? At least it should be like that. I I don't know. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, sure, whatever. Yeah, okay. So the word never got selected. The words were not selected. The edges were. And so I had to deselect the edges and not the word. Sure. I hope by selecting the words that the edges can still be affected by the curvature in loop tools. And to be honest, the user might go in there and select some words. So I'm still gonna do that. Because it is the words that I'm gonna be selecting. I shouldn't be having to worry about faces though, right? I better do faces as well. Oh well, you're always learning. You're always learning. I better do that. Hmm. So in 557, oh, don't tell me I have to restart Blender, man. I do. I do have to restart Blender. I am kind of losing my sanity here. I got about 7 minutes to complete this. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to leave. Create surface. This in a state that I do not want to leave this. Let's just shift. Okay. Create. And now auto update. Oh, yeah, sure. Grab. Yep. I am pointing a lot of stuff here. Let me just check if the right edges are selected. Yes, they are. Yay! What? Yes, they are. I'm gonna keep the modifiers off for a second here. All right, so we know that works. All we have to do now. I can't. I shouldn't forget about this. Yeah, I don't. Why would I select this? I think this was a nonsense. Where is that crazy print statement that I forgot? All right, let's see if how it works. That's strange. That leads me to believe that like the first one is selected, this one is selected, and this one is selected. And that should not be the case. And it is not the case. That is not selected. Why is the curve operator acting that way? Strange. Should only affect between these two, right? Are you kidding me that edge is not selected? Or did I do that? All right. I see what's going on. I think what's going on is that the curve operator is just acting on the edges and not the verts. Yeah, yeah. Let me just see the curve operator in action here. Right. I actually have to install the tool itself. Oh my god, this is gonna give me issues going to the preferences and installing an extension. Yeah, I already have an error on the other end. Anyway, I just want to test something. I have to go. I need to test something. Loop tools. Install, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's what loop tools does. And that's not the behavior that I'm looking for. It should be just between this one and that one, right? The only way I'm going to do that is if I select everything else and just leave these guys unselected. Okay. If I just do a box select here. And now I run curve. Yes, exactly. I need to select every freaking thing. All right, let me just make a note of that before I go, because I have to go. Uh, 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 uh. Exactly, yeah, thank you. And we'll leave this one for the next chapter, I guess. Here we go, that's my alarm. Uh, well, I still have some time. I still have another 10 minutes. Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to do that in 10 minutes. But at least I know why that was happening. And man, even if I do this, I can even test it out. I can bring this up. I can bring this up here. Right. And even if I do that, the shape would be different. Oh man, it's messed up. It's messed up. Well, not that different. I mean, if I bring it down here, right? And I'm going to simulate that by coming in here, get out my face, grabbing that edge, bringing it down here, right? And the other one is this edge. And then I would have to select everything else. Right? Let's see what result we would have. Is everything okay here? Yeah. Let's see what result we would have with curve. This is the result we would have with curve. Now, what is the result we are looking for? Right? It's a little bit different, but yeah, it's quite different. You see that belly there? Yeah, that's quite different. I forgot the screencast keys, didn't I? See if I'll remember that for the next stream. Yeah. Yeah, there's an issue. It's an issue. It's an issue that's, yeah, I think it's pointless to do. It's pointless to do what I was about to do with the, you know. It would be faster because I would be interpolating less stuff. So I wanted to leave it to do here, and we don't need to recalculate the path. Yeah, sure. I mean, this optimization is definitely a keeper, but this bad boy is killing me. This bad boy is just killing me right now. I have to figure out a way of making this guy less expensive. Oh my god. Which means I'll have to dive into that code that I didn't write and figure it out somehow, or make my own code. Like I said, I have a deadline. I have a deadline. And I will have to release version 3 alpha, only allowing for not too many splines, I guess. Or maybe just figure out the way where I can that we do this differently, I guess. Yeah. Right. Anyway, my brain is tired. I'm gonna work out. And I'll be back. Possibly be back in the afternoon doing some modeling. If not, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for watching the stream, and I'll see you later.